Hang on, one more minute. I just poured myself an entire mug of coffee, put it down to give the cats water, and when I turned, the entire mug of coffee was on the ground. So, yeah, give me a minute. Okay, one of the rare W's of having a very cluttered setup next to where I had that mug was luckily there was stuff to absorb it, so it didn't fall on anything important, but like, ugh. Just failed at putting it down properly. I put it on what I thought was a flat surface. Turns out it was not a flat surface. But hello, it's a me. I'm suffering. Ugh. One of those days. Ow, I should not use that arm. I went and got my updated Rona booster and my flu shot yesterday. So this arm is like the skill issue. Literally, yes, Jaybridge. I do not have the skill to judge angles properly. Ugh. But forgive the low energy and scatterbrained vibes today. But hello. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. Control, bright and early. Civil, Viper, Jaybridge, Nunu, Pirak, Priz. ADD day today as well. Can't focus. Pragmatic. Mr. Glenn. Anyone else who might be lurking between the lines that I refuse to read. One-handed playthrough challenge? No, I can, as long as I don't have to, like, do that. Ow. I'm good. Here we are blaming it on the cats. No, I never blamed it on the cats. You did. I said while I was getting the cats water, I turned around and it was on the ground. They weren't even near it. They didn't do it. It was my fault. Oh yeah, by the way, Glenny, I was playing more Showdown this morning. I finally started taking some losses, but the team cooks. We got to do Showdown at some point soon, TM, so I can show you. And Priz, yes. After I get some cleaning done after stream, I'm still on for Vermintide. Okay, that's all the housekeeping stuff. Yeah, OG Awesomeness. Finally made it to a stream again. Good to have you here. So today I want to do Polymorph. Now I have a Polymorph build here, but it's not quite what I want to do for the run. So we're gonna spend some time putting it together, as we did with the Reaper of Bones build yesterday, and then we'll do Polymorph run. And after that, I'll just have to think. I still don't want to do Plague Storm, but like, for representation to have every action skill covered, do we just do a run with a build that happens to have Plague Storm for that? Just so, like, Felicia's made cool thumbnails for the VODs channel for all of these, and they look so good next to each other. I just want to have all of them now. Update on Forspoken, fuck me, it's a slow start. Oh no. I hate slow start games. I still haven't forgiven Gen 7 of Pokemon for being the slowest start ever. Like, the start of that game is so slow that it doesn't start until the post game. Power be off for 2 hours, but I'm keen. We'll keep you updated later. Cool. Not sick anymore. Getting ready for traveling tomorrow. Let's go. Glad it passed. Super hyped. You ready for pick spam? As long as I'll be allowed to take pics there. Yeah, take plenty of pics. Keep me posted. Let me live through you. For anyone who missed it, Perex living the dream. Got hired as community manager over at Techland. So like, super sick stuff. Gamer to actual game dev staff. It's cool. Games that remove your ability to move during info dumps and recaps deserve to burn. So true. So true. That's one of the things that Spider-Man does very well through most of like the Insomniac Spider-Man games, both of them. You can usually just swing around while the dialogue's happening. But that's cool. Alright, let's figure this out. So, for anyone who doesn't know much about how Polymorph works, it is more potential spells than Ambihex. But the reason why Polymorph sees less use is, one, it's a little less flashy, a little less stylistic. But two, it's just a lot more conditional. In pretty much every area, it is simply more conditional. It does have advantages, like you have an action skill, so you get access to any enchantments that require you to do action skill related stuff. And that's pretty cool. It also lets you take troublesome enemies and force them to have a fire weakness, because the Skeep is always a flesh health bar. And depending on your choice of spell, you can get a lot of mileage. So this is what I was doing before. I believe this was Frozen Orb. I equipped a Curse of Malice to remind myself that I wanted to do that. I think I might want to go Blood of the Fallen, because I don't know that I've ever done Blood of the Fallen Polymorph, like past launch week. So let's respec. Let's see what I'm going to do over here. Hey, Asa. Binge watch through No Clip Super Giant Games documentaries. I want to play every single one of those games. Hades and Transistor come highly recommend. I still haven't played Transistor, but Hades is one of the best games ever made. Hades is my #1 game of all time. See, there you go. There you go. Hades 2 is probably the most hyped I've been for a game. Like, even more than Wonderlands. Like, I love this game, of course. And coming into it from BL3, of course I was hyped. But, like, I cannot explain, I cannot put into words how much Hades 2 existing means to me. Wish I get my Wonderlands game to run as smoothly as this. Which platform are you running on? OG. I'm not running anything crazy right now. I have a rather old machine, and I'm just playing on 60 FPS capped. Steam? Um, I'm playing the Epic version, but it shouldn't really matter. Finally watched the Hades trailer, and holy shit. Right, Pragmatic? Right? Hey, Swin, hope you're well. Okay, so definitely Polymorph. If we're going double knot, we're gonna want magic bullets. Spell Sniper makes a lot of sense here. Do we want mage armor? Like, I've done polymorph stuff with multiple classes. I've done rot shot polymorph, which is a good time. It lets you add some dot focus, and maybe mess around with that. But like, I was also thinking about the idea of doing Stabo, so we could have um Exy Blade shenanigans as well, and Contagion. But that's kind of splitting between a lot of things. Maybe I just stick with Burr, so we can do Blood of the Fallen, as I originally planned. Okay, I should fill that out first. Ancient Fury makes sense here. The area damage will be good. Do I want Squall? Because Fire Rate would mean theoretically faster application of polymorph triggers. I don't think that's more important than getting max Ancient Fury, though. I guess we end up with one Squall. I could just take Blood Frenzy, honestly. If I take two Blood Frenzy, then I could probably comfortably avoid Body Rune and just run like Lich's Augur or something. Which does sound enjoyable here for more spelliness. Okay, let's get weird. Let's get weird. Do I want Glass Cannon here? Pyre is not so interested in based on the premise, but feels like Supergiant's just consistently awesome, so might still play it eventually. Yeah, it's Supergiant's one of those studios that eventually I do want to go through their whole catalog. Like if they had a full Supergiant catalog sale, I'd buy it immediately. Play for the OSTs, stay for the rest. Supergiant OSTs, Quag Chad, real. Hades OST still has a huge presence on my Spotify. You know, 3 years after me getting introduced to it. But we're definitely gonna want double knot armor here. I guess I just go to high thread count. I'm deciding whether I want glass cannon or not. So I'm gonna do Lich's Augur, which I have here. Cool, beautiful. I want it to break and regen all the time. Effect resets on ward filled. Do I not want mage armor then? I might avoid mage armor. Huh, that's a weird way to play. Yeah, let's get weird with it. I want to play, like, we did a very unconventional Graveborn. I want to do a very unconventional spell shot. We're gonna get freaky. I still have the point for mage armor, but no. We're gonna skip that. Oh, Blood Frenzy. Transistor lasted 2 years or so on my playlist, and that's a game I finished in a day, never played again. Nice. Speed of new games, huge copium, because System Shock's planned for March, but still no date given. Uh-oh. There's so many things coming out in March. It wouldn't surprise me if it got pushed. Like, March is, Resident Evil 4 remake's gonna be huge, and that's gonna be one of those, like, industry derailing things. Everyone's just gonna focus on it. Um, Jedi Survivor is also March. Yeah, a bunch of stuff is March. I still don't know what Silksong is, Asa, but between you and Felicia, I'm like, yay, I'm excited for this thing I know nothing about. um, I don't know what to do with the skill point. I know it seems like I'm massively overthinking, but putting in the work here, as we saw with yesterday's build, can lead to surprisingly fun results. I guess it makes the most sense to just take an extra point of just warming up. So we'll do that. It's Hollow Knight. Ah, okay. That's cool. Do I even need the spell cooldown here? Can I just, like, go with the crit chance and see what happens? Okay, so I think that's our skill tree. The hero points I'm not, like, hugely committed to, but we'll see what happens. What armor do I go with here, do you guys think? Let's look at Lululemon. For inspiration. Amalgam, Armor That Sucks, Blank Slate, Brutal Stampede, Calamity, Cape of Tides, Claw, Corrupted Plate Mail, Deathless, Diamond Gauntlets, Head of the Snake, Ooh, Deathless. Deathless. So, like, if I went with Deathless, because of Unarmored Defense, it would not reserve my HP, but I would get the, the regen delay. What did I decide on with this? Oh, no, I don't get the automatic regen. So that'd be for a different variant. Okay, so not that. Possibly Diamond Gauntlets. A lot of crit chance. Hey, Dex. System Shock was released in 1994, so imagine how hyped I am for the remake they released this year. Yeah, totally. I want to avoid Mosquito if I can. Paradigm? No. I don't have any stats value for converting. I don't have a class feat companion to convert with Tyrant's Truth. I don't want to do Brutal Stampede because I'm kind of tired of chucking strikes. Steel Gauntlets could be okay here. So I'm between Miasmic Mantle, Amalgam, and Diamond or Steel Gauntlets. Could do Cape of Tides as well, but I want to do Curse of Malice for the spell. Let's see, do I have a Diamond Gauntlets with Double Knot anywhere? Happy Saturday, everyone. How's it going? It's going well, Dex. We're getting weird with the Polymorph run. I just want to be as creative as possible with these. So like, yeah, 50% more crit chance, and then the dark magic efficiency, and I could obviously go dark magic damage as well. All of that would be pretty cool for Curse of Malice Polymorph. I just have to remember to stand still. That'd be the main thing. It's funny how Polymorph is probably the action skill I was least interested in pre-release. Polymorph is one of the ones we were kind of afraid of pre-release because it just it's phase grasp, but with free spells. And if this was a game structured more around, like if there was a high ceiling of difficulty in co-op, Polymorph would be insane in co-op because everyone would be getting free spells. Like back when we were theorizing what a co-op time trials in this game before we knew what this game was like would be like, Polymorph was one of the things they were like, are we gonna have to ban this? It's frighteningly powerful. It's just, as I discussed earlier, it's situational to the point where Ambihex is usually a better pick. Not always, but usually. I really should delete my bank one of these days, but like I can't I can't bring myself to. Steel Gauntlets would also be good here, but it's half the crit chance and efficiency, of course, and then you get all elements instead of one. But it is less on bonuses. I think I'd rather just get the extra dark magic. Yeah, I think I'd rather just do that. Donate your bank to me, I'll take it all. There's a Deathless with double knot. 50% ward regen delay is like good. I still haven't messed with this, but I do want to try out running that with just like no regen delay build. So like you have it from Deathless, you have the passive on armor as well, and you run just a low delay ward. Like you could do that with a Bronco Buster and then just have the healing basically all the time. Because you can get the regen delay on a Bronco Buster down to like 0.4 seconds, if not faster. And if you do that with unarmored defense, then it only has to regen half of it. So 0.4 seconds and then another 0.5 seconds for the actual regen to happen. So in under 1 second, you're just back to having your brimming. It's a cool concept. That's why I have that favorited in there. Need gear. Engage is farming. It's a good role for later. Engage is hoarding. Like if Calamities had better damage or crit, Barrelmaker didn't detonate in the skeep, etc. If Laserhand didn't hit the skeep and was fully charged in every activation, holy shit, it'd be broken. It would be. It would be. But there are some cases, Viper, where polymorph delivery is better. For example, against Bernadette, Frorb and Curse of Malice are better with polymorph than with Ambihex. So you don't, when using those spells, using polymorph allows you to use them in a way that means you don't need to cover with your other spell slot for things that spell can't handle. You just run that one and you're good. And I quite like that. I was sure I had diamond gauntlets with double knot somewhere, but I guess I got rid of that a while ago. That's a plate mail. Okay, I guess I don't have that. Bank is like 99% armors I'll never use because Bank is pain. Yep. I still have spells from launch. Like, not even chaos tiered spells, just in the back of my bank because sorting it is pain. I'd be more likely to just delete them all with an editor. Okay, so currently I've just got a purple. Like, do I just do that out of laziness? Let me check. Rename this. So I don't lose this in my saves list. Let me check some of my other saves. I feel like Polymorph's inconvenienced by more situations than Ambihex is, if at all. Right. And that's why Polymorph sees less usage. See if I have an extra one on my spell. My Ambihex save. Oh, mosquito. Ugh. I think the real move is keeping Bank on minimum SD so it can't get full enough to lag and just storing only top tier stuff. Honestly, I'd never thought of doing that, but that's big brain. That's really big brain. Holy shit. It's on this one. Some of these saves I've not clicked in like 6 months. Like, this one is back from before they made throwable hold to self-damage. To hoard is to live. That one's a mule. Another Tyrant's Truth. Okay, there's a Calamity. Still not what I need, but it's something. Miastic Mill. Okay, I could run that. And Amnesia. I like the idea of the Miastic Mill because, Curse of Malice does do good dots. Yeah, this was, a Curse of Malice setup. Yeah. Tell because this is there. Yeah, I'm about to put a spell away and try to get it back out. Ask me anything. so I need a dark magic gun. Some of these character names. A lot of them are just, what's the first thing that came to mind? I like the idea of doing auto magic for this. It's like, I can tracker dart a skeep and then just burr, rat-a-tat-tat. It doesn't have good double nut formula on it, but like, who cares? Who cares? It's fine. So I'll definitely want an updated Shark's Bane for that slot. Did I grab the Miasmic? I don't think I did. Wonderland's bank moment. Wonderland's UI moment in general. I don't know if we can call it a moment, it's just kind of how it works. Okay, so I'm gonna need that to be dark magic. I guess that's actually fine there, honestly. Cool. Forgot how slow the bullets on that thing are. So what is my spell crit chance currently? What do I need to get like 100-ish? Do I have a better one here already, or do I have to go bank diving? I have to go bank diving. Okay, maybe if I go by manufacturer, I don't have to go that deep. Anyone ever tried Threads Polymorph? Like, it's probably bad, but has anyone tried it? Okay, that's 91.6. So I just need one passive, like, over here. I do a Shark's Bane with spell crit chance and pistol crit damage. Sure. Thought I had was making this Lich's Augur even lower level. Yeah, let's see what this thing gets on Loot Lemon. I could go healthy. Healthy delay seems good. Also adaptive delay, healthy adaptive. No times 8. One extra projectile on a Curse of Malice is only 2 more hits. Whereas having the consistent crit chance for double knot is a little more valuable in my opinion. But what's my third one? Is it cooldown? Open to maybe changing that one. I definitely want 2 crit chance parts. Like, 1 more projectile is 2 more hits, which could be 2 more double knots. Could be valuable. but there's also just getting damage, right? I wonder how that maths out. It should beat a damage part, but I don't know if it beats a crit damage part. New. Alright, here's what we'll do. Since the focus is not on me casting it myself, I think I can justify the extra projectile. We go Theurge here. Dark magic, yeah. That should be good too. I don't want the ugly side in the auto magic, but I honestly don't care enough to change it. Sure, that goes there. This Lich's Augur, let's bring it down to level 13. What's the base here? So with Turtle Amp, it's 2.9 delay, 467 rate. That rate is pretty low. I guess I stick with rate and delay. Like, on the one hand, I do want some more health, but I don't think that I really need it. We'll see how this goes. What else do I need here? Rings are good, armor is good. Alright, let's see how this plays out. I gotta actually use the thing on the side. You know you have too many saves when you have to actually click the scroll bar to find which one you're gonna get on. It's like I was gonna mouse wheel scroll, but nope. It's almost as big as my BL3 save folder, which is big enough that my game lags in character select screen. So, I don't have a problem, you have a problem. Okay, so even without Sharksbane being active, we're at guaranteed crit for spells. Cool. Just means you're well diversified. Let's see what chaos level we'll be doing this on. That's times 8 Curse of Malice with 2 crit chance parts. Got the Miasmic Mail here. Lich's Augur is set up so that it breaks. Oops. That works fine. I see why Amnesia would be good here. Because, like, if I hit myself with a spell, which I'm going to, Amnesia, good. Get out of jail free. You have no doubt it's going to be C100. Depends on how the bossing goes. That's why we do boss runs. Gets you a little bit of mobbing, then gets you to a boss fast. That was pretty? You're pretty. Dragon Lord. This is exactly what I wanted to showcase. So, Curse of Malice Polymorph is so good against Bernadette. Hey, God. Stop staggering. Your face. Yeah, I think I need my cooldown to be a little bit better. Because the issue on Dragonlord is he doesn't have the Bernadette hitbox thing, so like I do have to actually get a lot of successful casts off into him. Like when it does that, it's good. Yeah, I think I need more action skill cooldown. This is also maybe why having a second charge would be good, because it wouldn't directly help the Polymorph casted one at all. But what it would do is let me cast an additional time for Theurge. This is why we test. I could try running cooldown on the Theurge. Like having an extra charge there would flow so nicely. Yeah, let's try that. Let's also try. I'm a little overstacked on cooldown. So like Spellblade isn't doing anything for me. What do I take instead? Ancient Pickaxe? Yeah, I think it's just another Ancient Pickaxe W. Hey Shiner, how are you? What spell are you using? Curse of Malice from DLC 4. If I ever got a good Theurge, just a dream for Chillmonger's Theurge with spell capstone for spell spam. I want to try Blood of the Fallen with this. But who knows, we might end up going Sever the Thread. Because, like, the thing with Polymorph is you have to shoot anyway. So it does make some amount of sense. I'm going to try an on-level Liches as well. This is me in my element. I really like doing this with build crafting. This is how most of the stuff I do comes along. Just fiddling with an idea like this until it works. I guess that's also a way of ending Polymorph early. Just, like, let myself get hit. This really does make Amnesia make a lot of sense, though. I want to do Miasmic Mail, but maybe that's more for the Rot Shot version that I did a while ago. See, that's cool. But I do need to be more efficient. Let's see. I don't necessarily need to have a dark magic weapon. I could just use a cryo one. Pistol Crit won't do anything now, but science. Should have made an extra Shark's Bane for that. It's fine. Spell Radius is also an interesting thing to run with this spell, but the thing is, it does make things a lot more dangerous, too. Mr. David Bowling, how are you? Extra charge would go so hard here. This just kills the bird, right? Yeah, it does. Cool. Alright, we're getting closer to what I want. Maybe we do away with extra projectile and go with extra charge here. And there was that amnesia on that other save. I can grab that too. Enjoying some Final Fantasy 15. Nice. I cannot tell most of the Final Fantasy games apart because I'm not a first-hand enjoyer, but I hope you're having a good time. That's what matters. Hey, Kitty. How are you? Oh, it's trash. Let's put this amnesia away. Scroll bar, please. Okay, there we go. Also got to think of a gun I want to use that feels good here. I want, like, fast projectiles. I want to have some amount of card crit. Cryo or dark magic. Is this a liquid cooling save? This is a liquid cooling build. Right? Like, it just fits. Yeah. Just got back into Borderlands. Nice, Sakura. Hope you're enjoying. Tell me want to attempt Hyperius and OP10 and do it. And then the last point, I guess I stick with Blood Frenzy. Yeah, like imbued weapon is so minor. Squall would be 6% fire rate, but 0.8 per stack. Just warming up. That works out to more, right? Well, I don't necessarily want fire rate. Just do that. It's safer. Okay, so this currently has... I hear you. How you doing today? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I hope you are too. Problem Hyperius and Veracity, OP10, they both got double health. Yeah, still doable. Just harder. Fortunately, Hyperius isn't as demanding as Veracitus, so it's still very doable. Just an exercise in patience in both cases. And unlike with Veracitus, you don't really need like peak damage. You can do it. I believe in you. Two. Let's look at the armor spreadsheet real quick. I need more movement speed. I just want damage. I think I want more movement speed. Okay, that's looking better. I want a pickaxe. Liquid cooling. Vorax massive jerks is out of the question. I mean, Vorax still extremely doable. Here's the thing that Veracitus does that other Borderlands bosses up to that point didn't do that makes it so out of the question for people. He can kill you. That's it. That's the only thing. I don't see the point of fighting a boss that is unable to kill you. Is hyper aggressive? Yes. Unlike most other Borderlands bosses. People have this aversion to enemies that fight back after spending so long fighting bosses that don't fight back. Like, the boss is designed to pressure you, and it succeeded in that design. The double health bug's unfortunate, but it doesn't make it not a good design choice. Like, obviously the double health is an oversight, but the aggression and the move pool of Vorak is good design. Does liquid cooling get crit parts on it? It does, right? I think maybe we'll do a couple boss runs and try to get some liquid coolings with crit parts for reference. Trying to make some dinner. I got calamari. Ooh, I'll behave while I'm gone. I'll do my best. Grave Ward's biggest threat was the cliff. Yeah. It's the reason why Aista and Seer aren't considered endgame, because they don't attack you. despite Seer having, being pretty much tied for biggest non-true trials health bar in the game. And Aista being called an invincible and having more health than story bosses, they don't attack you. So, like, who cares? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what they do. Okay, this should be better. Remember the first time I fought my first Terramorphous attempt? I don't really remember my first one. I mean, I remember being bored.
You hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
But other than that, I don't really remember much of it. The arena's cool with that fight, I will say. I really like the arena visually. In terms of gameplay design, it's terrible. As is the boss. But it's visually cool. Skeeb Gamer. Hey, son. How am I? I'm doing well. How are you? Do I have a cat to pet? I don't think Kevin's been feeling well the last couple days. I'm kind of worried. He's been acting weird. I don't know where he is right now. Jake is taking a nap over there. Don't need that, don't need that. That's correct. Let's see how this works out. I'll pretend you have to kill Terra before Fire Phase. I mean, you don't. But also, yes, bosses on higher difficulties should have pressure mechanics. Like what you're describing there with Terra is fight difficult if you don't end quickly. Yes, that's the same thing with Vora. The longer the fight goes, the more room you have to die. That's good boss design. That is not one of the flaws of Terra. Flaws of Terra is that it doesn't move. Not really. And it's cheesable by its own arena in multiple ways. So player engagement with the fight is minimal. You just huddle up and play whack-a-mole. It's boring. In my opinion, of course. Okay, we've got the flow. Curse grabs are not it, though. David, thank you for the 2,000 bits.
Hope Kevin is doing well, Quag Cozy.
I hope so, too. I am worried. Like, he's in my closet right now. He's been doing that the last day or so. He doesn't really do that. Okay, bits for that emote. Nice. Whack a Thresh more like, yeah, you're right. Terramorphous got hit off the cliff, looked up how to fight him, did the rock thing twice, went, oh, okay, no thanks. did I polymorph? I wasn't looking at you at all. Hello? How did I get you? I want it to target Drill because getting Curse of Malice to spawn in his hitbox is, like, huge. Maybe I try this. With Hatterax, it's whack a giant sandworm. True. See, that's what I want to happen. Like, that's good. Just hitboxes. Look at that. Hitboxes, you good? Okay, that's better. That's feeling a lot better. I need to hit the pistol bunny, because I want to get different parts on a liquid cooler. There we go. That's a lot of spell spam. I'm wondering about Lich's Auger here. I feel like I'm not getting much mileage. I was trying to leverage it for the cooldown, but I don't know, maybe I'll be more aggressive about letting Wastard break it here and see what happens. Oh, he's missing me while I'm standing still. You saw it right there, chat. I wanted him to hit me. I stood still right in front of him, and he missed. He just missed. Absolute joke of a boss. Hit or miss. I guess never miss. I'm gonna piss you. I don't know the words to that shit. Like, I hit myself more than Wastard hits me. Probably actually did die because of this. Spawn the bird. Oh, where did my spell go? Okay, we run it back. He's so hard! Yeah, Shiner, like... He just doesn't hit you. Like, he didn't even down me there. I did. Stop trying to hit me and hit me. Die from your own mistakes. Bastard bad. Real. There we go. That's damage. I suppose for shield bars, I could just whip out this Eidolon, right? Not the corpse falling. Ooh, that's what I should test. I also need to, while we're doing this, see how Radius interacts with different bosses. Because we've had some hitbox issues here, right? Radius can smooth out hitbox issues. Which it seems to be doing here. Found myself again. But it's all good. Yeah, we're gonna keep fiddling. I want something I can really be satisfied with here. I think we're on the verge. Oh, do you have gun damage rings? Think about it. What in Spellshot Tree benefits from gun damage? Oopsie. These knots. having Amnesia active there helps. Okay. I think we try a different ward. I think that's our play here. Thought Double Knot was only for using guns. Hit a spell, get more gun damage. What? Whenever the Fate Maker scores a critical hit with a spell, he deals bonus gun damage of his gun's element. Critical hit with a spell. Why would it be for using guns? Global boost? No. Whenever the Fate Maker scores a critical hit with a spell, they deal bonus damage that counts as gun damage. That gun's element. So, crit with spell, get a bonus element that scales with gun damage. Morning, Foster. The spell you're running? This is Curse of Malice. This is from, it's one of the spells from Redmore. I've always liked it with Polymorph, and we're building around that. I want to try to do a one of those playthrough challenge runs with it, but we're build fine-tuning first, because I want to get it to feel like it's doing most of the work, and to achieve that, I need to experiment quite a bit. So we're testing. Fiddling and testing. We've been doing that for an hour now, but I want to go until I get it right. Parasite should be pretty chill. Gotta remember to let him hit me for Amnesia. Maybe not that much. Gotta change the enchant in that Eidolon as well. Yeah, enemies that move like Parasite, spell radius goes crazy. Do I try to fit in more radius here? It's like I don't have gun crit stuff right now. Maybe don't need this spell crit here. I can go another radius passive. Double radius Sharksbane. Yeah, I like that. Need to get back to sleep though. I saw your Polymorph on Twitter. Want to say hello. Enjoy your stream. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you. Actually, while I'm here, I'll just take the time to set up. Get my pickaxe bonus. Free. It's free real estate. Now, Frozen Orb is like an infinitely better spell for this purpose. Just want everyone to know that that is the case. But I think Curse of Malice looks cool. That's the motivation. Why did that go over there? Sometimes the targeting on Polymorph is weird. Oh, I'm out of launcher ammo. It's awkward. Parasite's probably the hardest boss for me to kill in my Feral Surge setup. Parasite's got a decent amount of health, and before the Bone Phase, it's got that attack that is just range contingent. So, unlike, say, Wastard, Parasite is accurate. Until the Bone Phase, where it just, you know, becomes a Borderlands boss. Kind of ineffectually runs after you slower than you move. See? Just... This is why bosses being aggressive is important, because otherwise they turn into this. Also heading out, today's my mom's birthday, so I'm gonna go celebrate with her. Can't wait to watch the VOD for the speedrun of this build's final form. Later, all have a great day. You too, Dex, and I hope your mom's happy birthday. Okay, let's hit the Pistol Bunny for liquid coolings. I want one with, preferably still ×1. It could get a crit part. I think it can get 21 crit, right? I could unironically use Ruby's Spite for the, Dark Magic double knot if I wanted that. Oh, Perceiver would be good for shock, actually. It's not Hyperius or, Black Powder, though. It doesn't have crossbow barrel. Catatumbo would be better. I want liquid coolings and catatumbos right now. Or as people said when it came out, catacumbo, because you come in bow form. Oh, Chain Lightning Fear Not with that enchant? That's so good. I love Chain Lightning Fear Not so much. They're my favorite. I'm picking that up even though I don't have a use for it. I just like it. I can get rid of these ice spikes, I think. Don't need all of these. Catawumba. Smell the Perceiver. I was also thinking about the possibility of running Dagger Storm's Polymorph. Like, same philosophy as tasers, except they'd actually do damage too, but then you run into identity confusion, like, do you want to do damage or not? Lighting spell's viable, damage at C100, mine's gonna be falling off at C50, it depends on what spell. I love Lightning Arcane Bolt at C100, but it's a case-by-case thing. It's like, is fire viable? Yeah, always. But, you know, not all fire things are good. Arc Torrents? Arc Torrents aren't great for direct damage dealing. At least not the Cloudburst ones that people like to use at launch. Okay, there's a crit part on that one. Yoink. But it's escaping me right now. There's two variants of them that I've seen people recommend. One of them is just the same behavior as the Dazzler though, so it's just like an off-brand Dazzler. Still good, because even an off-brand Dazzler is good. The other behavior, it's escaped me at the moment what it is. Let's put it this way. There's more Arc Torrents that fall off than ones that stay useful. Reviver? Reviver has good base damage. It's just bad cooldown. So you need a lot of investment. But, like, you can make it do damage. Okay, so this liquid cooling. This one just a trash damage roll. You can get a second crit part here, right? Where's the crit coming from on this? I wish the part viewer was actually comprehensive in this game. But it ain't. So we're forced to go back to good old friend save editor. Hey, Okosius, how you doing? How's this keep shooting going? It's going. I'm doing Curse of Malice stuff specifically. I could just do Frozen Orb and be done with it, but I like the idea of doing Curse of Malice, so we're trying to get as many casts as possible, have them do some good damage, and be a good build feel. Vibing Cursed Wit is an option. Spell crit chance 65. Then 3. So I need Shark's Bane, spell crit chance, spell radius. Gun damage, Shark's Bane, spell crit chance, spell radius. Rune and/or Sen. Pistol crit works out to more damage than spell crit here, right? Like how it shows you the parts with little no information about them. They definitely could improve the part viewing system. Everything related to UI in these games. Reckless Monster is just supposed to convey information, but it doesn't. Consuming eruptions are kind of fun with Polymorph. They are. They are. I kill you more than the enemies. That's why I gotta be careful. And it's no fun if there's no risk involved. We also have amnesia, so if it does kill me, then I just, get damage. Amnesia Cursed Wit is a recipe for dying quite a lot, especially with this low amount of HP. How much dexterity do I actually need to get to 100 here? Okay, I still need the passive. Current passive, yes, and a vacuum they're equal. Cool. Yeah, obviously I meant for this. Thank you. We'll go pistol crit here. Pistol crit there. And the other one I want to have radius and spell crit chance. And the second liquid cooling. I'm going to do Old Reliable, and I'm going to pull up the BL3 part set again. I do this all the time, so I can see what COV pistols roll, because some of it translates. Not all of it, but some of it. Okay, so parts in BL3 that give that. Accessory 1, grip 2. That's it for non-uniques. I have grip 2, I have accessory 5. So now I go to the Wonderland sheet. What accessories can liquid cooling roll? Where are you? Where are you? There you are. Alright, always rolls accessory 5. So, no. The accessory is not going to be an option here. It's getting the crit from the grip. Starter 1 or 3. Starter's gift? Doesn't matter. That's just the animation. Okay. Body accessories. What do the barrel accessories give? I have A and B. What does C give? Barrel 3C. That's heat. No, I don't care about that. Hope they won't make parts that do nothing. Gun doesn't need 3 accessories, only changes mag increase or something like that. Yeah, definitely cut down on the parts. Personally like the BL1 equip part system, not as visual, but it was good. I think that moving away from the nonsense of, yeah, this gun can just have this part from this other manufacturer, because if you think about that for 5 seconds, it doesn't make sense. I think getting rid of that, cool. But it created other problems, because they're like, okay, it only pulls from parts for its manufacturer, but instead of things having 3 part slots, some of them have, like, 17. And it's like, wait, why? Like, imagine getting the same Envy to drop twice. You won't. It's not going to happen. Because it just has so many parts. Okay, so we'll go with that there. I do need that Catatumbo. I know Catatumbo can get 2 crit parts. Of course the one in Aluminum doesn't have that. Or I'll get that from another test run. Broke Farm God Rolls, Woke Farm 2. Exact same weapons. Yeah. Lost Loot drops as high. Yeah, when you have to use a bug to avoid save editing. It's like, Systemic flaws. What else was I gonna do? Oh yeah, this cursed wood. I think I'm gonna go Cursed Wit with capacity. Yeah, because we're on armored defense. This game's still popular, worth buy these days. I mean, what defines worth to you? Do you like build crafting games? Then yeah. How does popularity define whether you can get enjoyment out of it? Like, I'm sitting here playing by myself. What other people think doesn't matter to me. I like it quite a lot. I have creeping up on 1,800 hours since launch. And it's a good building playground. I like it. If you're on the fence about it, maybe wait for it to go on sale, which happens fairly often. It might even be on sale right now. I know 2K had, like, a couple days ago, they were doing sale on, like, all of their products. I don't know if that's still ongoing or not. But it depends on what kind of game you like. If you like making builds, if you like dungeon crawler vibes, then yeah, this game's great. It's also got a fun playthrough. If you enjoy Borderlands story playthroughs, then Wonderland story will scratch the same itch. If you are the kind of person who likes the endless save quit farming of random named enemies with minimal gameplay, then maybe this game isn't for you. But if you like the meat and potatoes of build crafting, then yeah. I can't tell you if that's worth it to you or not. It is for me. Might not be for you. Better with duo. Okay, solo play. Almost all of my playtime is solo, but there's decent support for duos. I would not recommend couch co-op because it's broken to the point where it basically doesn't work. But like if you're playing online with a friend, yeah, that could be fun. 50% off? Yeah, good time. I love my loading screen simulator with 2 button presses between loading screens. It's so fun, right? Um, Sorry, Chad. I'm staring at my gear here, making sure I get everything right. Let's try this. I do wish there was a way to get accuracy boosts in this game, but there's actually no accuracy boosts at all. Not even Buffmeister actually does that, by the way. It's just bloom reduction. Doing some co-op playthroughs, I've realized just how much I hate save quit farming in BL3. It's not playing the video game, it's just staring at a loading screen and minimizing your gameplay as much as possible. It's aggressively unfun. Hey Kirk, want to thank you for sticking with Wonderlands. I hope they announce new content for the anniversary. No, you don't have to thank me. I only make content for things I actually feel like playing. So there's a couple weeks where I wasn't playing this as much, and it's because I was a little burnt out, and that's what I was enjoying Dragon Age and stuff like that. But then I got a bunch of ideas for what I want to do with this game, and I'm vibing with it. I certainly hope we get more at some point. It does feel there's like a vibe of abandonment from time to time, but something I try to remind myself is like as Lands fans, right? We've been kind of eating well since about late 2018 is when the BL3 hype started to build, and then in 2019 we got BL3 release date, we got BL3 skill trees, we got Commander Lilith DLC for BL2, and then of course BL3 had its full content cycle into late 2021. We got Wonderlands announcement. We got Wonderlands, then New Tales. Even if people ended up not liking it, it's still land stuff. And now we're at that drought point for the first time since 2018. We're just kind of like, oh, we got a good 4 years of just constant stuff. And remember the last time there was a bit of a gap? I think the last gap was 2015, BL2 dropped an update, and then it was just nothing. Because what year was Tales? Let me look. $2014. So yeah, 2015 to late 2018, there was just nothing from Lands because TPS was done. Tales came out. BL2 got no updates between 2015 and 2019. So nothing. I think we should prepare ourselves for maybe something like that while they work on new stuff. Also, Gearbox has done some other things, like they recently acquired the Risk of Rain IP. Like, they're not just publishing it anymore, they have the IP. So, wait and see. But I'm not expecting any new content anytime soon for any of their titles. Let's focus on Homeworld right now. Yeah. And several Gearbox devs also changed studios this season. There's a lot of movement in the games industry right now. A lot of shifting between studios, both between small and large, on both development and publishing side. It's interesting to see where things will settle. 2016, they were busy with Battleborn, even though it wasn't successful. They stuck with it for about 2 years. Yeah. So Gearbox has got Risk of Rain and Homefront on their plate right now. And whatever else they're doing that they haven't announced. There's always the possibility of resources shifting to like other things in the Embracer group. Like Remnant 2 could have some level of that industry bleed of people going to different studios we're talking about. You never know. You never know. Anyway, was I doing? Okay, yeah, I've got that. Not supposed to be Sharksbane. That should put me at 35 decks. Honestly, I'm waiting for FromSoft to develop new Armored Core with more online features. They announced an Armored Core game at the Game Awards a couple months ago. Okay, I do need 36. Cool. That's that. Recently asked, it's nice to see new people in established franchises get fresh air. Seeing first-hand experience here, and I was asked whole week to say if I have different ideas on the team. Yeah, getting fresh ideas, as both Prison Peric had mentioned right there, is very important, especially in the games industry, because some amount of stagnation is expected and wanted. For example, Far Cry fans got really, you know, divided because people who like the Far Cry formula were like, yeah, Far Cry 6 scratches that itch. Then people who don't like Far Cry were like, but it's the same thing. So like obviously there's division there. But in some respects you want more of the same. Like the biggest thing people want from Hades 2, for example, and Remnant 2 is just same formula, just more game. That's what we want. So the same can be good. Sometimes it can be bad, like the Assassin's Creed and Call of Duty franchises taking years off to go back to the drawing board and figure out how to not release the same game every year. Variation is important too. Bringing in new talent is a good way of making that more likely. At least that's the outsider perspective. Obviously, this is the consumer and streamer angle. I'm not a game dev. Disclaimer. I guess this last one can just be instinct. Fuck it. That's better. We don't need that. Something works well, why change it? But it's always nice to add one extra element, see how it works. Right. Like, despite what people will tell you, formula-wise, BL2 and BL3 are not as different as people want you to believe. Just BL3 It was a good sequel in terms of expanding things, and some people do not like the concept of change. So. The idea here is we get our curse wit broken, but try to stay at full HP. And we liquid cooling and we do our spell thing. One more thing. Curse of Malice. How many extra charges can you get? You can get another extra charge. Maybe I go even more crit chance on my gear so that I could have 3 charges. I don't know, we'll see. Character's cool. Yeah, thanks, Rip. This was your save. This I'm sure you're alluding to. Decent amount of mileage out of that ski. Flying enemies are annoying. Maybe I need a stab-o-matic to force stuff to land. Ooh, I like that a lot, actually. Yeah. Utility stab-o-matic, chat? We're getting spicy. I'm also taking notes. Selena Chillmonger stuff. Cool, we can compare notes later. Hey, Huntress, how you doing? If we don't get changed, we're gonna have Borderlands become the new Call of Duty. Exactly. Like, famously, Assassin's Creed took a year off to go back to the drawing board because their games just started to be the same thing but shittier every year. Call of Duty's taken a year off for the same reason. It will happen if you do not change and adapt. I got him. I was going for the style kill there. We got him. Utility strikes, have them with after reload, melee does singularity. That's an interesting idea. I could just put that on a stab-o-matic, though. And the thing is, because I am using primarily pistol ammo, I want to diversify a little bit where I can. Spells that. This is Curse of Malice. It's from DLC 4. New table, living room set. Nice. I just wanted to finish with the spell. Didn't need to. Just felt like it. Concept is coming together here. Ooh, poison. I do need to get my double knot weapons in order for each element. Yeah, that's going to be a big thing. As much as I like having the pistol crit, I think maybe spell crit, despite being slightly less optimal for what I'm doing, it will allow my double knots on things that are not pistols to still remain consistent. I think I go spell crit here. Yeah, that'll just be a good consistency choice, because then I don't get horrifically mauled for using poison there. Really enjoying that click mode setup, by the way. It's just a really odd way to play it, but it's fun. I like setups like that. Changing your gameplay meaningfully is, to me, what these games are all about. Oh, I got myself a little too enthusiastic. Just a bit. We're fine now, though. Hit me once. Just once. Thank you. Yeah, that's awkward. Amnesia plus Curse Wit. I do just died at the puddles very easily. It's fine if I go down and then just handle it that way. Like that. That was good damage. I just need to play very carefully after I do that, because it kind of puts me on insta-bleed. Why did that spawn there? What? Polymorph behavior is weird against immune enemies. Sometimes it'll just pick another enemy, even though it's just supposed to spawn in the immune one. Yeah, having the poison idol on here works out nicely. Okay, so I've got Carouser 2. Or if I should need that. I think for the playthrough I won't really need the poison idol because we don't fight any significantly challenging armor bars, right? Like, it's just Nightmare and Zomboss. That it for armored stuff you have to fight in terms of bosses. And those are both weak. So Dragonlord? Yeah, Dragonlord has an armor phase, I guess. That's true. We'll still keep it. I think the Carouser will do more work, because then I'll have Fire double knot for Banshee, for Wastard, for Drill, for Dragonlord. We'll have both, though. The Shock one will be good for less, actually. Maybe we run with the Poison and the Fire and leave the Shock in the back. Because Shock will only be good against the easy phase of Nightmare, and then a little bit of the Wastard fight. But I can just brute force the Wastard part with Cryo. Fire phase drill resist fire? Yes, we use Cryo on that one. Hey Don, how you doing? Well, I guess technically for that one we should use Lightning. So Lightning's got a better matchup against Flesh. So yeah, we use Lightning on Fire phase of drill. But we practiced with Cryo and it was fine. So yeah, Carouser for that. I got some enchants to reroll. If I go with an extra charge here, then I get more front-loaded damage, but it falls off eventually. I think I stick with this. Ancient Hill there makes sense. Okay, we're closing in on something more optimized. Yeah, I need to reroll the enchant on this Eidolon, and on this Carouser, and then on this Eidolon. That's the gameplay. All right there. A little loop. Feels good, man. It's new on the Wonder Pants. Just been doing challenge runs for different action skills. I don't know if challenge runs is the right word, but like themed runs, sort of using save editing to facilitate New Game Plus style content, and doing runs where I track how long it takes and how many activations of each action skill. And that's been very informative. I'm trying to do Polymorph in a sort of fun and interesting way. These last 3 of the set, those being Reaper of Bones, which we did yesterday, Polymorph is today, and Plague Storm, I think, will be the next time. Even though I don't want to do Plague Storm, I'll have to figure out a build that runs Plague Storm so that it can be a significant part of the playthrough. Just Plague Storm is bad for playthroughs because it can't affect many things at once. But those 3 have been just more intensive in terms of how to get them to be interesting, which I like. It's gotten my creative muscles flexing a bit, and that's it's a nice feeling. Hitboxes? Okay, you know, hit when you feel like it. There we go. You have to be very picky about the angles to hit Polymorph on drill, apparently. I said bones. That wasn't the right gun. Still worked out. Haha. Why'd you go over there, Polymorph? So rude. That was better. So that's what I'm attempting to play around. Using Polymorph to deliver spells to single enemies in a way that Ambihex kind of can't. It's just hitboxes sometimes make it a challenge. The Drill's hitboxes are not playing ball right now. It's just like with melee, where we had to figure out the sweet spot for actually successfully meleeing drill. We just need to figure out the angles for polymorphing. Like, this one works. Drill's pool is not water. Daryl with the jacuzzi full of Sudafed. Polymorph Y. General Justice Curse of Malice is the Vengeance, but not gone, and vice versa. They look very similar, and they come from the same DLC, but in terms of mechanics, I'd say they are quite different. What do I want for here? Oh yeah, Catatumbo and more liquid coolant. See if you can get 21 credit. I don't know if you can get 21 credit on liquid coolant. I might be just misremembering that. That accessory doesn't roll on it, so like you shouldn't be able to. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. No, I don't need the Catatumbo anymore, actually. Because I decided on Eidolon and Carouser. Right. No. That's what I was doing. So what am I here for? Yeah, I guess I don't need anything here. Vibing here is good, but like having Cursed Wit full bonus and vibing at the same time isn't gonna happen. Cursed Wit's a bigger bonus. Neither of them are fresh molds, because I have the old ways and I have Sharksmane. Cursed Wit is... Cursed Wit and vibing are the same category, never mind. Yeah, no, I'm silly. I don't need vibing here at all. No, vibing was changed to actually crit damage. So this is just gun damage and crit damage now. My brain did a time jump thing. Show vending machine featured? Yeah. I can do that. We got time skip. Corrupted plate mail. That's a good one. And Fate Breaker. I got some enchants to reroll. Mentioned especially fun when full stick it up enemy starts charging you, keeps exploding for 10 seconds. That sounds intimidating. Like, there's no way I get the enchants I'm looking for, but I like rolling it anyway sometimes. Just to remember what it feels like, you know? No dupe protection on these is a scam. That's not bad. I should have taken Spellcast Dark Magic. Where's the Carouser? I want to roll that one too. This enchant's weird. Like, it's good, formula-wise, but it's a condition that you just don't want to do more damage. Okay, so I want... Do I just go Desperate here? The healing? Help fight amnesia? No, we'll go spellcast alley. We'll live dangerously. Very minimal healing. So I need my Eidolons and my Carouser to have different enchants. And I wanted that Stab-O-Matic as well. Help fight amnesia sounds like a worthy cause. Video game sentence. Forspoken's gameplay is getting better now that I have shit and it's at least decent. Okay, that's good. Steve needs to be kept alive. You get as much out of time as you can. Reason I opt to use other high fire weapons. Yeah. See, liquid cooling works out well because cryo on flesh is a negative matchup, so it takes longer to kill. And you don't ever have to stop shooting the liquid cooling as long as you at least infrequently crit. Also, the projectiles are fast. I think liquid cooling is just, if you are actively shooting, it's one of the better options to keep doing the thing. Otherwise, you of course have Queen's Guard Taser. But I like the novelty of this. Those are correct now. This is also correct. Let's see how this plays. Yeah, this is by far the most science we've put into one of these builds before a run. Try and hit these with. That is awkward. I guess that's what the Stab-O-Matic's good for, huh? Although these don't have the same rules as... So, like, Wyverns will land. Sharks will surface. Cyclops awkward. They fly it low enough to the ground, then I can still do the thing. Freeze, please. range. Okay, run that back. Reserve a singularity to come in handy. Does it apply to anything other than melee swing? Enjoy how the science hasn't been how do we make this work, it's how do we make this unique? Yeah. Nope, just melee swing. Then how does that help me? Did you think this through? How does that help me when they're flying? That's why I ignored it the first time. A little more damage there. Okay, let's run this back. You can hit floor mobs. So I can hit floor mobs when every single enemy in the room is an Cyclops. Oh. That makes perfect sense. Sleep prod through that sleep prod. Hey Jungle Junkie, how are you? We're having a great Saturday? Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm enjoying this build crafting, this sciencing. Had a good day just chilling? Glad to hear. Making a Curse of Malice build. And it's just thematic. I really like the spell. Even though there are things that fill its role better, I still like it. Let's see. I should have polymorphed first. That was on me. There we go. There we go. That's the damage. Biggest damage doesn't always equal a lot of fun. Exactly. Exactly. Sometimes you want to get a concept working. And that's why I have so much playtime in these games. Spend a lot of time doing that. Let's try the Carouser here. Browser feels good here. I can also shoot enemies for the aggro control. That's nice. Concept is Cyclops can eat a big bag of socks, reason why I keep the affirmation reload melee singularity thing on me. Okay, so you've mentioned it 3 times. I've acknowledged it twice. And we just talked about why it's not even a good solution. So what's the end game here? Like watching you do your thing? I like having you watch me do my thing. This is the kind of thing I do off stream too. It's just, it's more fun with people to talk to and bounce ideas off of. I guess we full commit to cryo here? Yeah. Hit me. You actually did it. I'm proud of you, buddy. Oh, I got myself. On something. No. I'll take the mulligan before you spawn birds. Let's go into this with... I can get away with not having the poison idol, and I keep waffling on that. But, like, against things like Freezicles, where cryo isn't useful, lightning's still fine, because it benefits from soaked as well, right? I can still just do that. Let's lead with that. Okay, I can't even outrun. So I do need to just not let him hit me. That's the answer there. Because Curse Wit makes my amnesia too powerful and it just kills me. I don't have enough health to survive that. Good to know. I think with Desperate, I might be able to out-heal that. But for the sake of build diversity, I'll continue to not do that. Stand still. There we go, that's the good damage. And you're done with that. Okay, that's a working strat. I like it. I don't want you over here. Come over here. New issue for my setup, muscle memory by ammo during Tremelon. See, I've conditioned myself to not even look at vendors in Tremelon because of the crashes before I started using the mod. So. finally. Yeah, on final enemy, I can just do that, and then I get full Curse Wit plus Amnesia on the hits. That works out nicely. This is a very fun playstyle. Doing polymorph casting while barely shooting isn't something I knew I wanted to do, but now I'm like, this is kind of heat. It's kind of spicy. I think I like it. Ooh, Redmorn. Ooh. I didn't even think about Curse of Malice Redmorn. I hit myself. Skill issue. We're enemies. Hive unironically might be the best gun in this setup. And it's not surprising, Hive is one of the better guns in the game. I've got a massive buff to get people to remember it existed, and it's just been great ever since. Dark magic immunity. This is a Redmorn problem, I suppose. Oh, well, I'm flying now. They fly now? They fly now. Sad, probably my fastest bridge clear ever on Mo's with it. Launchers such as the Scourge, the Plague Bearer, and the Hive have been, and the Lump and Rhina, all of those at different points in time have been like the go-to for bridge clear. Can have a little Frorb as a treat. Oh, you're immune to that too. Stop being immune to all my shit, Redmore. What else do I have that I want to spawn inside the hitbox? Would Gossip work? Gossip should work, right? Let's find out. Redmore? Oh, you're over there. So Rhina's just a better lump with their differences. Rhina is element locked and consumes more ammo. Shoots more projectiles, has more damage. So element being the main one of those that actually matters. Redmore, can you like land? No? It's cool. Where's the boss, chat? Where is it? Gossip moment. Okay, back to our regularly scheduled Curse of Malice. I have to try Lump, Rhino being radlocked. Does kind of suck. Yeah, Lump being able to roll in Cryo is pretty useful if you were to want to use it on Mo's. It's just, I can't think of a reason to use Lump over Plague Bearer if you're doing the Spirit Cryo Power type setup. And if you're not doing that, then, like, using Hive is just better, too. So, it's kind of awkward. But, Rhino, Lump were very popular flak picks. Because the high hit count was good for head count and leave no trace. I'm gonna go for another 20 minutes tops, and then we'll do an actual run. I felt like being extra sciencey today. Major Kong's pretty good too. Globetrotter, just oof central, but it's fun. Yeah, Globetrotter is one of those things you need to be very careful with the firing arc, or you need to run a setup where it can't kill you. So, like, if you were to do, say, Super Soldier, or, like, Last Stand, I guess Last Stand would make sense. Yeah, Wish, Last Stand, Some for the Road, Globetrotter spam, that could work. Hey, Pup-T. I enjoyed the art stream last night. That's good damage into Banshee. We are squishy. Is this with max constitution? Run this back. How's stream going? It's going well. We're sciencing. I'm getting totally derailed from my original goal of doing the actual run today. I'm trying to force myself to get back on said rails. But I'm just enjoying science. Only issues Toboggan Go Burr, be fun side setup. See, the thing with Toboggan and Some for the Road is it's not really compatible. Because Some for the Road, you want to spam as much as possible in that 5-second window. Toboggan, you want to slide before every shot. So, like, they're kind of just different things. You can still benefit from either in either scenario, it's just it'll be less than if you committed to one. You played Path of Exile? No, it's been recommended a few times. I just haven't devoted the time. That's my Constitution. No, this is without Constitution investment. I'd very much like to be tankier. We'll try moving my attunement over to Constitution after this. That was a lot better. That's without amnesia. Hi, Jake. Got a Jake in my lap. I'm gonna check on Kevin after this fight as well.
Do something. I believe there's a
Hey,
Kevin near
Nepsy.
you.
Wait 1 second. Bear bit. Okay, I'm back. He was under a chair, and I enticed him out some treats, and they're both eating treats over there. Hey Moo, how you doing? For Flash, Carouser better than Eidolon. For Fire Double Nuts, yes. Because Black Powder has more crit than Hyperius. It's 10 versus 5%. And as long as you're not using Shell Casing Ring. Candy Hearts or Hello Kitty for the Dead Space nails? I like Candy Hearts for that. Cool bastard. What weapon should I use for my next Hades run? You should use Lucifer gun. Been enjoying using that last few runs I did. Start with this. Switch to this. Box. Come on. There we go. Right, now I can switch to this. Ow. Yeah, it's doing way more than the boss. It's kind of tragic. Didn't work quite the way I hoped it would. Unfortunate. How does Frozen Orb do with the setup? Extremely well. I'm intentionally not using Frozen Orb because it would trivialize everything. I'm trying to work with Curse of Malice specifically. But there's other spells that work very well with Polymorph. Frozen Orb, extremely good. Wicked Gossip, very good. I'm being a bit wacky here. Oops, Amnesia got me. Yeah, the Constitution will be nice for not dying to that. Okay, let's go back to the chamber room. I'm gonna pull Attunement for Constitution. This would be good because on Armor Defense will just make that be a lot more health. And I don't lose out on that much because I do have a double cooldown roll on my my amulet right now. And I do have the action skill cooldown skill in the spell shot tree. I don't think it'll be a big loss. Okay, yeah, we need that exactly. Do I have... I do have all those, cool. No. Reflex. Exactly enough. That's a bit more health. I like that. that was good. Awkwardness, though, when you end a room while Polymorph is active without killing that enemy, it just kind of stays active. Red Ward. Lovely. The only blood of the fallen L? Yeah. Okay. What are you? Okay, Cryo should be safe. Yo, big damage. Big damage. That's what I'm talking about. That's when everything goes well. That was beautiful. That's the entire concept at play right there. Great representation of what the build's attempted to be. Liking it. That constitution makes a huge difference. Because I can actually eat some more of my my amnesia puddles now. Again, weird video game sentences are weird. Unfortunate. That's the job done. Yeah, that first polymorph was, it went for a different enemy instead of the chance. The free spell isn't always centered at the enemy. You're trying to get the free spell out. So maybe I should make a conscious effort to kill ads. I don't know. Because I am a spell shot, this Carouser still does good damage when I land a crit. Good for building spell weaving. Just good gameplay flow. I like this a lot. What do we think in chat? Any thoughts? Anything I'm missing here? thoughts. Brain cells went for a walk. They'll be back soon. Understandable. Have a nice day. Skeet Prod is missing. If Skeet Prod was Hyperius or Black Powder, it would be here. Because it's W. But unfortunately, I'm being a hoe for crit right now. Do we do a run? Do we do the thing? Hey, Kevin. There's the boy. Scourge might have a faster clearing time than myself and Plague Bearer because I can get 2 shots off. Yeah, the charge time is definitely a factor. I'm just last minute thinking, do I just want to go desperate here for safety? No. No, I don't. Insufficient disk space. Jesus. Ugh. Polymalice. Alright, let me update my title and stuff. I had a 24 gig video file saved to my 256 gig hard drive. Wonder why I had no space and can figure out why. I have a lot of old BL3 recordings on one of my drives. I gotta, like, go through those. Because recording runs for time trials just eats up your storage. I had 10 gigs of Godfall clips on my PS5. Based. The Godfall guy himself. Okay. Good to go. Let's do the thing. So, as per usual, I'll explain the build and whatnot before we start the timer, once I get control. So yeah, after this, the next run like this will be whatever I decide to do with Plague Storm. I still have no idea. I'll try to make it suitably creative. And then after that, if I do more challenge runs, it'll be non-action skill centric. It'll be stuff like an Executioner's Blade run. Um, Weird stuff. But more likely, I'll branch back out to some other games for a bit. Now, if I just sit down and clear out my SSD, I have a ton of space for games again. I do have to clear out my storage. When I installed Miles Morales, there's like 2 gigs left on my drive. That's not my SSD, like my other drive. So yeah, I have like no storage on my PC at all right now. Okay, so too many games to finish, not enough time. Yeah, this is a polymorph build. We got polymorph, which casts a free spell the first time you shoot an enemy that it successfully transforms. If you use it on an enemy that can't be transformed, it instead casts a free spell with preference at the location, like it tries to put it at the location of the enemy. Against some bosses, this is highly beneficial because this will spawn certain spells inside of their hitbox, and a bunch of spells like that, such as Wicked Gossip, Frozen Orb, and Curse of Malice. We are using Curse of Malice for this run because I felt like it. Now, it's not better than the other 2 spells, but it's thematic and enjoyable. Yeah, we go down to high thread count because spell stuff and things. We get double knot from armor, Blood of the Fallen, so that we can get more polymorph spam. Hi, cat. Not running mage armor because we're doing curse wit stuff. Hero points, max strength, max constitution, a remainder in dexterity. We have exactly enough dexterity to get just over that 100% spell crit chance threshold without needing our Shark's Bane to be active from a crit. Delusion is there for soaked stuff. Pickaxe is here just for Ancient Hilt and the cooldown bonuses, as per usual with these runs. Carouser is here because it's the optimal double knot stat stick for the fire element. Liquid Cooling is there for cryo because it has some amount of crit, but also because it's very sustainable. We can just keep shooting it for a long time to keep spawning spells from a skeep, should it be a persistent one. And we have lightning and poison eidolons to cover those elements for double knot. Cursed Wit, we went high capacity so that we get good on armor defense bulk into our health bar on this. Chillmonger things. Gun damage, Shark's Bane, 2 crit damage rolls, spell crit damage. Shark's Bane with spell radius, spell crit chance to keep us over that 100% spell crit chance threshold. Amnesia with 3 double knot, 2 spell sniper, spell crit chance, move speed, area damage. Theurge with double cooldown, dark magic, spell shot power, and Curse of Malice with spell charge, double crit chance. Or like Polymorph, hey T-Dog. Here's how much space you guys have for games total, because everyone has space issues. My HDD is like a terabyte, and it's full. I don't clean stuff out. Anyway, let's go. So I don't have nearly as much movement speed as a couple of the other runs we've done. Once I have Enrage active from being in combat, then Cold Snap will double up. But other than that, that's and then of course 20% from Amnesia when that's on. Other than that, I won't be zipping around nearly as quickly as some of the other runs. I got some rice, chicken, and veggies. Let's go. That sounds so good. Filter Dry installed on Steam the other day, 24 games. Disappearing 1 terabyte was no longer a mystery. Yeah. It do be like that. You need a little more enemy density for that to be anything I'd call efficient, but that's okay. Defeated by a door. I wanted to see what would happen if I did that. About what I expected. Not the auto mantle. Already 13 polymorphs. It's kind of funny. Remember to hydrate more. My arm's starting to hurt again. Or more like I'm noticing it hurting again. I don't think it stopped. Best high is hydration. My inventory? Too much. I'm trying to avoid the issue where I need to unequip my spell in Shattergrave. And now we're good. I think that freed up enough. What's up with your arm? Oh, I went and got flu shot and COVID booster in the same arm yesterday. So like a lot of muscle soreness. How good is Storm Dragon Judgment C100? Very good. Very, very good. One of my favorites. Well, that's unfortunate. I guess the enemy died to the amnesia and didn't give me a death save. Cool. Can't decide what secondary class to pick. If you were trying to make Storm Dragon's Judgment good at C100, you do not have a choice. It is Clawbringer or Stabomancer. If you want either of the claw action skills to be your primary damage dealers at C100, you pick Stabomancer. Overworld movement mod? No. I just have your movement speed persistent to Overworld, and I also have Zumio Shrine. So that's just that. Small laws jumping stuff pretty hilarious. I think I read about that. I'll have to try that sometime. Wait long enough. It's good that this is the only place in the game where you have to save quit to unbreak something like every time. I haven't found anywhere else in the main story that always breaks by having dialogue skip, which is much more consistent than BL3 dialogue skip. It breaks several things. tapped there. Something that'd go farther. It's fine. It's fine. Builds the immune system. I'm gonna be blowing myself up a lot this playthrough. But it's fun. Wish Storm Smite did better damage? Yeah, me too. It's still extremely good for playthroughs, and you can make it do... Like, it's better than Blizzard, which is funny. But, yeah, it does fall off pretty hard. It doesn't even really have the use case of it's good for awe upkeep anymore, because ever since they made that change that I was always against, of making awe trigger off of bonus elements, it means you just 1.0 with the fire, 1.0 with the thunder, at least, in every Clawbringer build for awe. And you're chilling. You never need to think about it. Which removes value of a couple of the skills that had some niche use. Blasphemous Favor and Storm Smite. Also means you don't need to really think about your loadout. And I enjoyed having to think about the loadout a lot more than Clawbringer before. Oops, gotta interact with that. A change, whilst convenient, sucked for thinking. It also didn't make anything better. That's another reason why I oppose it, because think about it. It doesn't increase your damage at all. It just gives you access to something you already had. So a lot of the people who were asking for that change were like, hey, Clawbringer needs more damage. At the time, it didn't. But like, let's humor. Let's say that it did. That doesn't give you more damage. Just makes the class simpler without making it better. Morning, Urban Mech. How you doing? You get your Greninja done? Awkward position. Okay, good, it's over. Yeah, I needed it to fly in such a way that the projectiles impact it, and they weren't doing that. There's a lot of you. Odds this active is Zane's kill skills with seeing dead now. Yeah, or seeing red plus mantis. Pick your poison. It's no longer something to monitor, it's just is how it is. This is why liquid cooling is good, because we can just keep killing the enemies on the ground. Yeah, this isn't going to be the fastest build, but it is certainly incredibly satisfying. Mike, why are you back here? That's not normal. How's Skeeping? Skeeping's fun. Wanted to build specifically around Curse of Malice and getting as many spells off without having to always shoot a Skeep as possible, while still maintaining that component. So we've got Carouser for minimalists, and then Liquid Cooling for when we want to spam. And we've got different flavors of Eidolons for different targets when we want different double knots. Keyword is different. Not yet. I've been trying to breed some, or a shiny Froakie. I haven't had luck yet. I'm only like 100 or 200 in, but the Moes of spells, yeah. So glad there's not a ton of talk to Lilith type objectives in this game. Yeah. Hammer and Anvil proc alchemical agent. All melee damage. Proc alchemical agent. All of it. All. No exceptions. This is gonna be fun. Hammer theme build. I like it. Mace Ward is also real good. Yeah, Mace Wardu with Alchemical Agent is hilarious. Because if you build for 100% crit chance, as I often like to do with melee builds, then anytime an enemy melees you, the Mace Wardu hit always crits, which means it always applies Alchemical, and then that Alchemical has a chance of contagion. So enemies will more often than not just die by touching you. And that's without you doing your active damage, which you can still very much do. My Barber Frost Shiver's hilarious. Mace Wardu does more damage to enemies than I take from the hit. Mace Wardu Dreadwind is also fun because obviously you are in melee range at all times. And Mace Wardu is one of the most one of the highest capacity shields in the game. So with unarmored defense, it's gives you a lot of bulk. Just one of my favorite items. I like it a lot. Dwarf that throws hammers and sends hammers and casts hammers. Smithy's Ire as well, then, yeah. Yeah, you can, in fact, just do nothing but hammers. Is your melee weapon a hammer? I wouldn't recommend that, but, like, you could do that, too. Did you do the thing you were supposed to do here, Butt Stallion? Do I need to be near you? Okay, no, we're good. Tangerine Pincushion. Okay, yeah, the thing with those melee weapons is they suck. So just keep that in mind. It might be worth going non-hammer in that slot for the sake of effectiveness, especially if you're trying to do C100. Disappointed we don't have a Great Bonk Legendary. Isn't Salt Battery Bonk? Or am I misremembering? It's very much Mach. Ah, cool. Yeah, you do Salt and Battery for that build. Iris, just know that your crit chance is going to be real low. And anytime you do crit, the enemy's just dead. Because Salt and Battery has the highest crit mult. And all your melee damage inherits the crit stats of your equipped. Yeah, Bigger Staff, how are you? It doesn't look like a hammer. That's fair. And try Borderlands on Switch. It's only $10 for Legendary Collections. Think about it if it runs good. We were actually talking about this in Discord yesterday or the day before. I think it was the day before. You get like 30 FPS. So if you're used to previous gen console gaming, PS4, Xbox Series X, then like yeah, or Xbox One. Yeah, PS4, Xbox One. If you're used to that kind of performance, then yeah, you get that on Switch. Enemies. Please be somewhere where I can hit you. For a change. AI is not on my side today. Almost to the best part of the game. Yeah, we're getting close. Should do this. Forcibly turn off my polymorph. Big brain strats. Did you run from me? Game's been out for a while. Still really enjoy the spells, animation, mechanics. Yeah, it's very satisfying. The sense of feedback from when you do things in the game, in terms of spells and action skills and melee, feels very good. I've seen some valid criticism of the gunplay. I still maintain that it's not that different, but I get it. I get it. Gunplay is never a draw for me, so it wouldn't be a problem. But yeah, spells and action skills and melee just feel beautiful. Forspoken's hard? Love to hear it. Give me difficulty in my video games. Ouch. Still alive, huh? It's you. Customizable difficulty W. On the hard difficulty, big enemies be trouble and just looking at the settings, and while hard's the hardest, there's also damage received as an option set to default now, just 2 other levels. That's really cool. I like that a lot. I haven't heard anyone talk about that. Yeah, I'm definitely still gonna give that game a try. I'll probably play it on PS5, because I doubt my PC can run it well. Ow. Come on, spell. Come off cooldown. There we go. Didn't mean to fall there, but worked out. I was using Polymorph on a badass enemy, remove their badassness, always been curious. No, the Skeep has the same health as the enemy you changed, but it is converted to a flesh enemy, so you can actually get rid of some troublesome resistances or mechanics by using Polymorph. Like a Cursed Crab, for example. You can just turn off its, hey, I resist random damage thing. Armored enemies, you can just turn into flesh so that your fire will do well against them, etc. It's quite nice. PS5 performance mode. It's pretty good. Occasional slight frame drops, nothing unplayable so far. Love to hear it. PS5 definitely better suited than PC current. Yeah. That's good damage. I was a little greedy there. As long as I get my spell back, I'll be fine. Alright, just do that. So for anyone who's curious how much time we've lost over like a more efficient build, like set up specifically for speedrunning, it's about 8 minutes over the course of the game so far, which is pretty significant. Controls feel good, just have to use the spell swap mechanics and stuff, which is pretty fun. Love to hear it. Not me getting stuck on terrain. Best part. Gotta lay down a fat beat. We gotta whip out... Or sorry, we gotta play the Magicizer. And then we gotta whip out our Dingling. And we need to make our Dingling bigger. And then an explosion happens. Not hitting the dialogue, Twitter be damned, I guess. That's Twitter. I'm sure anything the game does right is being overlooked because trendy to dunk on it. I think another thing that actually bodes really well for how Forspoken is going to be remembered is it was immediately overshadowed by Dead Space Remake, right? Like, same week. But that's good, because the people who like to hate Circle Jerk have already moved elsewhere. So that's nice. And I fully expect that there's going to be things about the game that I don't like, but I like to experience that for myself and not have the idea that I have to hate it forced down my throat before I can do so. Dialogue's a look in the mirror, society doesn't like it. Hey, Maniki, thank you for the 27 months in the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hopefully day job has been treating you well. Oh, that was a barrel. I suppose another reason I want to like Forspoken so bad is two reasons. One, I was excited for it since they first revealed it because, you know, movement and free-flowing gameplay has always been appealing. But the other thing is, the people who are hating on it loudest are the same people who are mad that they make band-aids in different flesh tones. So, like, they just make me want to like it more. See you in chat. Always good to see you. Actually has been a really good place to work, even if it's often chaos like the chambers. Very slow start for the first few hours, hard to get through, it feels worth it now, and mechanics-wise, I know I'm barely getting into it. Does it have... No, I'll ask you that once you're into it more. Imagine being upset about what tone a band-aid is. I saw this shit once again on our favorite hell site, Twitter. People were, like, complaining, saying everything's woke these days about band-aids in different flesh tones. Like, that was the topic. And they were saying it unironically. Like, All I heard about it, apart from whole dialogue things, combat feels a bit clunky. And I'm okay to try and overcome that. I like different combat systems. Like, I'm a big fan of Godfall, and there's a bunch of people saying that Godfall felt clunky when it first came out because it didn't have animation buffering, which it did, and the people saying that were just bad at video games. My UI is being weird. My UI is being very weird. Can't see anything's health values. Okay, what is going on with the UI? That's not fixing it. I might have to save quit. UI just living its worst life. Someone responded to something about flesh tone bandage, something like next to the one all cast be rainbow colored, be inclusive. Like, who the fuck cares? If someone having a different color cast makes them feel better when they've got a big injury, what business of it is yours? How does that hurt anyone? Like, the whole thing is, it's just, oh, it's not for me personally, so it doesn't need to exist. That is one of the biggest things with just the human condition right now, especially online. People are just like, if it's not for me, it's automatically invalid, and I hate it, and I want it to just not exist. They do that with media they consume, they do it with products, they do it with people. It's fucking gross. My UI being messed up like this is, I'm missing very crucial information. Like, I don't have any idea how much health enemies I'm fighting have. Also, aiming is harder. It's indicative of the media machine having done its asinine job of creating division for clicks. Oh yeah, absolutely. At any extreme, among other things, of course. That's definitely a big part of it. Negativity drives engagement. And culture war is the political tool of this generation. Not that my generation is perpetuating it, but, you know, the primary one in use. So that filters down to all levels. And then there's, of course, things like the anonymity on the internet. You can hate on anything, and more people will hear you. You just go do it online. Some people hate for the sole purpose of being heard. This is very awkward. Having to hipfire the sniper rifle into enemies with no crosshair is like... Yeah, I'm not surprised I died there. Let me save quit, see if it fixes the UI. Honestly happy people who are excited for so to enjoy it, more power, you homies. Yeah, like, there's lots of stuff that comes out that I end up not enjoying, but... Like, I'm not the arbiter of fun. Also partly just a crowd feeling entitled to straight white male protagonists, no personality to upset them. Yeah. It's interesting, I've seen a lot of the same criticisms for a bunch of games that have come out in the last few years, and I'll let you tell me what the common thread is. Forspoken. Life is Strange True Colors. Horizon Forbidden Dawn, or Zero Dawn and Forbidden West. Spider-Man Miles Morales. Let's see, what do all of those games have in common? And why do they all get the same criticisms, despite being very different games tonally, genre-wise, quality-wise? Why do they all get the same criticisms? I wonder. Oh, I know this one.
hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Some mysteries remain unsolved. Hey, John Wick's card, how you doing? Don't have a cat nearby, but I'll pet one for you at some point today. Self-awareness is a hell of a drug. Yeah, more people should puff that one. Is it a jackal? Is it a jackal? Is it a jackal? I wonder if you have good load times if save quitting on these is faster. I've never tried. Like, if you have this on an SSD and you have, like, a really good rig, might save you a few seconds. I hate CMT farm so much. You could use something other than a CMT. Almost all use cases of the CMT were outdated the second the Hex got its, the second Russian offensive got its April 2020 buff. And the Hex got its next buff after that. Like, high chance that the person who told you to farm the CMT just never accepted that the Hex got buffed back. And Hex is target farmable. Save yourself from sanity. Of course, there's a couple use cases that the CMT still has, but it's also unfarmable. Damn it. Is my spell gonna come off cooldown? Was that too greedy? I can go with liquid cooling, that's fine. That was a little greedy. It's fine. Really good at playing combat music when I think I'm safe. Need to get a good lineup for talking to Marg Ravine. I'll try where I stood that time if I can replicate that. Got a Merv, mini Merv. That's fun. A lot of explosions. Chaos bug. Actually, no, I'm not gonna save quit here. Having the chaos bug on the overworld is like, whatever. 'Cause I don't want to have to run back in here. Fuck it. Already lost some time to a bug in the last 20 minutes. And now we're effectively neutral. There goes polymorphing. It's a lot of fun, Vocal. Gotta find more melee crit chance for more AA consistency. The biggest thing that influences that is what melee weapon you have equipped. Like, the difference between, say, a 21% crit chance pickaxe and a Salt and Battery is, like, Salt and Battery will never get to 100% chance. But 21 crit pickaxe can do it with just a couple passes. Instead of CMT right now, I'm using a double divider Merv tracking grenade. That should be more than enough for anything you would need a CMT for. Having fun while playing a video game? Disgusting. Honestly, I'm a degenerate. A deviant. Chaos bug fix now. Yeah, it wasn't worth resetting for just that overworld encounter. A fiend. I'm trying to polymorph. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. I'll save it. I don't need movement speed anyway. I'll just not get hit forehead. Honestly moved away from CMT. Hex is more damage through Harmonious Havoc, and Mesmer is heat crowd control. Also, Hex stacks Consec faster, applies Harmageddon, is more consistent for redistribution, does more damage, enables Rad Explosions if you don't have another source of Rad. Is more compatible with Russian Offensive. It's easier to get. Let's put it this way. CMT is as relevant to Borderlands 3 build crafting in 2023 as C and Dead is. I think that's the most apt way of putting it. Out of range, really? Oh, you black crap. No, 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 no. Not while I don't have my polymorph. Really? Right in front of my salad? Which is faster farm Iridium for rerolls, farming the Plague Bearer versus White. Iridium. Asking you to run 5 Slaughter Shaft. That's one of the Iridium farm options. There's also Punching Crystals and Voracious Canopy, which does not require gameplay. It's just having an Elemental Stone and certain bonus elements. I generally recommend the Voracious Canopy farm more because a lot of people find it difficult to efficiently do the shaft farm. It's not hard, but for people who are trying to figure out the fastest ways to gear up, they're more likely to need the easier route. They're very comparable in efficiency, so that's why I do that. I just don't enjoy mindless farming. I like gameplay added in. Yeah, I agree with that too. That's the thing, though. If I'm willing to Iridium farm, then I will just save edit instead. That's me personally, because either way, not gameplay. I'd rather just get back to gameplay. That's just me. Good shit, Polymorph. Oh. Oh. This isn't Chaos Bug, we're just cracked. Oh. That's Polymorph at its finest. That is peak Polymorph right there. Made it all worth it. And that's just what happens when you get a Curse of Malice to spawn inside an enemy's hitbox on a fairly optimized spell damage build. Much like with Cleansing Flames, sometimes Dire Sacrifice, sometimes Storm Dragon's Judgment, sometimes Ghostblade. There's a lot of action skills that are just like their main issue is there's a phone ringing. Hitbox. Like if it doesn't connect at all, then of course it doesn't deal damage. But when it connects, it's great. Like Polymorph absolutely dumps on Bernadette. Redmorn, Drill. It's just against some enemies, they run out of range, or the projectiles spawn in weird places. Spawn inside your hitbox, please. faster. It was a little annoying there with taking forever to do his thing. I'm moving. I did it first? No. Well, yeah, I mean, ideally, I wouldn't have eaten dinner, right? That's how that works. These are awkward. They're a little too high off the ground for Polymorph to be consistent. And their hitboxes aren't big enough for Curse of Malice to do the haha funny Bernadette thing. We force them to land with Stab-O-Matic. Put that. For anyone who doesn't know, there's a bunch of enemy behaviors that get disrupted by melee in this game. You can force crabs and sharks to surface from being burrowed. You can force wyverns to land, among other things. Make me land any day you want. Thanks, T-Dog. It's the confidence booster I needed to get through the day. Kinda wanted one of them to hit me so I'd get my amnesia boost, but like, okay. They just missed. Still genuinely don't understand how people believe survivability is difficult in this game. RD Carnox? Yeah. Drill was so clean. Like, it was incredibly satisfying. We absolutely bullied Drill. Oh, I hit myself with Look of Coin. Great. Big prime target for Malice. Like, everything gets stuck in him. Mm-hmm. And Polymorph, when Drill is, like, at that max range in the second phase, just guarantees does the hitbox thing. And it just, ooh, it's so good. See if you also get clean targets on Bernie later. That's what I'm hoping for. It's aiming at the pixel that lets you actually polymorph her is going to be the hard part. It's your fastest playthrough run. An hour 27 on C75 with a sawmill setup. Blaster, spawn me some ads. Don't be the way that you are. Time loss, That's fine. Run it back. No ads for you. Yeah. I got hit too early. The thing with running Amnesia with this is, it makes certain things complicated. I just gotta be less greedy. Oh, now you have the Spectral Aegis. Okay. Okay, there we go. Want to get hit a little, but not too much. Just like that. Wonder how good Malice can get stuck in Feodor Soul Cells. I don't know if you can even properly target with Polymorph. I suppose it's worth testing, huh? Yeah, I got a little greedy on the first run there. So we did lose some time to Blaster, but that's okay. Like a fully speedrun optimized Ambi-Hex build with actual speedrun tech, other than just being a fast casual playthrough. I'm pretty confident that can sub 1 hour. Like, if you go for every possible time save, you know exactly which dialogue to save quit, build as much movement speed into the setup as possible, use two repeating Trickster Ice Spikes. I'm confident you can sub 1 hour. Which ways can you reset Poly? What do you mean? Like, get my cooldown back? How am I getting my cooldown back? Is that the question? What that Polymorph do? Does a lot, Pollution. Does a lot. Polymorph is really enjoyable. The spell shot capstone, you can reset your action skill. Yeah, I'm not using that. How am I? I'm doing pretty well. I hope you are too. Visual Pollution Morph. Yes. I am not using Sever the Thread. I'm using the Berserker capstone, Blood of the Fallen, so that every kill shaves 20% off of my cooldown. Which means I don't need to shoot as much. Also, I have Theurge, so casting spells will shave a chunk off my cooldown. And I have cooldown rate passives on my amulets and in my spell shot skill tree. Out of myself, hopefully I don't die. Oh, we're good, we're chilling. It's bad against bosses? No, Polymorph's great against bosses. We deleted Drill incredibly fast with this. Just you build a bit differently. Sick AoE? Yeah, it's really cool. You could go a higher radius than this, and that does help with things like flying enemies being just out of your range. Is that what breaks this guy? Running too far forward, too fast? Yeah. Okay, now I know. Because he didn't break on the last run, and it's because I waited a little bit. Good to know. Yeah, I need to let him walk to the edge by himself, because if he teleports, then it's broke the did. Polymorph has a couple of strong points against bosses. One being that It gives you the ability to put spells out at ranges they can't normally do the thing. So, like, Frozen Orb is a very close range oriented spell, right? Well, with Polymorph, if you polymorph a boss at max range, it'll still spawn the Frozen Orb at the boss. And spells like Frozen Orb, Curse of Malice, Wicked Gossip that really want to be inside enemy hitboxes are really good against bosses with that sort of tech. Mind me, getting some spell cooldown. Finish you to get up. Which class combo you say is least gear dependent and are easiest to farm gear for? Probably Deadshot. That's Graveborn Spellshot. Spellshot Graveborn. Just a pure spellcaster Deadshot is extremely easy to gear for and extremely efficient. That or Frost Shiver, that being Stabomancer Berserker. It'd be between those two for sure. A little dirty, but we got it. Someone figured out if Polymorph and use with Time Stir for Orb would get both while stuck in place. I think one of them still just moves, right? I don't recall. This was a Frozen Orb setup before I converted it for today's stream. Remind me to check the inventory after Dragonlord, and I'll test it right away if I have a Time Stir for it. I can't remember if I had a ×2 or ×1 equipped here. Down myself to end Polymorph once I get to the next enemies. Getting that Barrage Enchantment on Ward's so awful, figure may need to change class. Well, yeah, that's one of the things. If it makes you feel better, even once you get it, Spore Warden is the weakest class in this game, for most purposes. And Barrage is one of the worst action skills in the game, even with all of the enchants that support it. I hate to play the best worst game, but like Spore isn't any of the things that you were asking about. You know, it's extremely gear dependent, it's hard to gear, and then it's also still just not better. More effort for less payoff. There are a few things Spore does well, but, yeah. Just died there. Wasn't paying attention. Sounds like I made a bad choice. I wouldn't say a bad choice, because at the end of the day, all classes are viable in this game. And you can still have fun and do different things with each of them. Spore Warden was the one I was most excited for before launch 2. I picked that as my first class. Little disappointed with certain aspects of it, but, you know, it can still be made to work. In fact, the playthrough I did yesterday was a Spore Warden build that ended up being, surprisingly enjoyable. I didn't think it would do as well as it did. And I'm very glad it ended up being good. But, yeah, there's, if you measure your enjoyment by player power, there's definitely higher places to go than Spore. It's just how it is. Ouch. Need to kill that, but I got distracted. Spore Blight using guns can be very powerful. Not many powerful options outside of that, right? It can provide some interesting additions to a couple of other weird build types, but in terms of, like, super try-hard, quote-unquote meta stuff, Spore Blight is the only thing going for Spore. That's more owed to Blight Caller's power than Spore Warden's. Blight Caller can still be powerful with other combos. Even in that same role. Spore Grave Reaper Bones build, like I did yesterday, seemed good. It works. It's just worse than other things. Like I said, all classes are viable. Picked up Hades on Switch. Let's go. Common Hades W. Oh yeah, I don't have the shock Eidolon on right now. Whoopsie. And now I can read chat for a few minutes. That's just enough for a boon in Charon Shop and misclick the healing when I was at full health. Aww. Is there some way to focus enchantments, at least be able to roll infinitely? Yeah. I think the enchantment system with a little more refinement could be really good. Like, they're less pervasively dominant than BL3 anoints. But at launch, in particular, they're just so... Like, you could brick your items to a point where you couldn't reroll them anymore. Also, you could hold fewer moon orbs back then. It was just bad. It's better now, but there's no dupe protection on rerolling your enchants, so like you could just keep getting the same one that you don't need over and over and over, and you still can't hold that many orbs. Getting orbs isn't the problem. It's just the cap is low enough that you still have to go out and then reacquire them after only a couple rerolls. It is very annoying. And then the weighting of certain enchants versus others is designed to be frustrating, and it doesn't need to be. Raid boss drop in a gear you can't get elsewhere in this game? No. The raid bosses are dedicated sources for some very good items, but you can get those items through other means, which is good. Because think about the flip side of that. I'm sure some people like the idea of, hey, I got this reward for doing this harder thing. But there is always someone who complains if they are not up to doing the harder thing that they can't get that reward. We've had it both ways in Lands games before. So I think this way is better. Add class weight to enchants, you're more likely to get ones relevant to your class. That would be nice, but the way it is currently is class agnostic ones are weighted to be more common, and then you don't get class weighting for the one you're on. So it's just like, doesn't matter who you roll on. Asterisk next to some of that, but it's just designed to be anti-player, and it doesn't need to be. There's more than enough barriers to itemization, which I feel like they have realized over time because they relaxed the enchantment thing by giving us higher moon orb cap, more moon orb drops, and stopping bricking from happening. They eventually phased out low chaos tier items at high chaos levels, which is removing another barrier. Those are good things, but there's still a lot in place. Like, drop rates in this game aren't actually low for dedicated drops. People say they are, but it's more complicated than that. One point that should really be listened to is spreading out items through different loot pools. Because, for example, if you were to go and farm, let's say they replaced the auto magic in Banshee's pool with an unkempt herald. It's about the same rate as it is in BL2 if you're at Chaos 100 with max loot luck. It's about the same rarity. It's just Banshee has a pool of 4 items currently. Some enemies have 2, some have 4. And it's just like, on top of that, you have part variance. Part variance that has increased from BL3, where people said parts don't matter, and in that game parts mattered more than ever before. But in this game, parts matter even more, and there's even more part variance. So, like, it's not like, say, that BL2 Herald where there's only 3 slots where the parts can change, and there's only a few hundred combinations of different Heralds you can get, right? Or a few thousand when you include other things. Not that many. But if that item was to be in this game, well, you'd have several magnitudes more combinations that would affect the damage of the gun more. It's not like a swing of 10, 15, 20%. It's like, hey, this gun does 80% less damage because of the parts I rolled. That barrel was so troll. That's gonna down me. Oh, I outhealed it. Unyielding the goat. Or Aurelia's. Yeah, Aurelia is an enemy that each of her loot pools iterate separately, so you could get... Like, it rolls the chance for them individually, not all against each other. And that's cool. I feel like it should all work like that. Once again, discussion about more respawning name mobs like Fred the Goblin. Good old Fred. Things like 10% drop rate on Hellwalker in BL3 work, because Hellwalker is completely fixed parts outside of Anoint. But, like, you don't need to farm a bunch of those. Just getting it is enough. And of course, with Anoint rerolling, which was 2 years post-launch, a year and a half, I guess, you actually can just farm one and be fine forever. But in this game, it's not how it works. Hard variance is the enemy. No phase skip, but that's good initial damage. I should have actually taken a hit there to turn on my Cursed Wit. There we go. That was a good one, too. I'm gonna try to save my actual cast for Bernadette. Ah, I missed. Yeah, she moved. I gotta wait. There we go. That's what we were looking for. See how it just insta... Because all the projectiles spawned in her hitbox. Yeah, you gotta aim for the tail. What's that? 145. Considering how much time I wasted in a few areas, that's pretty good. I said I'd check my 4-orb situation. Which 4-orb do I have? I do have ×2. I can test that. Polymorph fun. Yeah, I'm glad we spent all the time setting up that we did, because some of those boss kills were so satisfying. The drill one in particular, ooh, that was really good. I'd never had that much success with that spell on drill before, but we just lined up the hitboxes very well, and it worked out. I did end up using Eidolons, really. Carouser definitely put in work, though. Also, the aggro redirection of the Carouser it has natively is really, really nice. Because if I'm going to have downtime, enemies may as well spend that downtime fighting each other. Cool build. These runs have really led me to some builds that I wouldn't have made otherwise that I quite enjoy. Old resolution can't see with chaos level 100. It's been 100 the whole time. Except the one mini dungeon. I'm still on 100, just a game bug. That appears to be both with the orbs just like in place. Yeah, it's both of them. They both seek out enemies if it's gonna seek out an enemy, they both do. So they're both capable of it, I suppose would be the takeaway here. It's just they sometimes choose not to. Oh, I was standing still. Whoopsie. It's annoying when they fly that high. I killed something though. I'm assuming it's just straight up damage increase. Neat. Yeah. It's one of those not super common cases where an item that can have multiple projectile counts has a clear-cut always winner. For Frozen Orb, ×2 is always better. With current knowledge, I should say. Could always change at some point, but with current knowledge, ×2 Frozen Orb is just... sheesh. Oh yeah, Polymorph onto Mountain Trolls is big. That's so much damage. Just confirm when you shoot the carouser at an enemy, they become love struck, or however you want to say it. Shooting them again while they're on that status doubles the carouser's damage, or boosts that status. Double damage to mult with gun damage, conditional all damage. Might be card boost, I don't know right now. It's so sick. Sniper's bad, though. Carouser, already one of the better one-shotting weapons in the entire game. While being one of the best stat sticks. Having relatively low part variance, having a very fast reload speed, being incredibly ammo efficient. While having all of those things, it's just like, yeah, I can double my own damage. Best two-shotting weapon in the game for sure. Yeah, there you go. Like, it's extremely irritating to me that we sat through 2 years of, man, I wish traditional snipers were better, and then they put this beast in this game, and people still run around saying all snipers bad. Like, there's no bad unique snipers in this game. Like, Sawmill's the worst off, but you still can make it work. Like, bro, fuck snipers. All my homies hate snipers. Can't one-shot the world with them, but you can. Doesn't go burr and deletes a raid boss in 0.2 seconds and bad. But Great Bow can do that. And Skeet Prod can do that. And Carouser can do that. And Cowcon can do that. Sly Triburn can probably do that, although I've not tested that one extensively. I just haven't used that gun very much. Now, Eidolons are the ideal stat stick for spellcasting in this game. Eidolons and Carousers. Like, they also have that W. Tootherator is one of the best utility weapons they've ever given us. That's another sniper rifle. Wait, hang on. Tootherator, best in slot for melee builds. Eidolon and Carouser, best in slot for spell builds. Skeet Prod is one of the highest mopping DPS weapons in the game. Snipers are just best for everything. Tried weak in my experience? Noted. If you had to compare it to, say, Envy, where does it fall? Just in a general sense. Put Envy above it? Okay. Then yeah, if there's any underwhelming, it would be Triburn. I like using Envy as my benchmark there. Envy can do great work mobbing, though. Yeah, it can. Envy is great. It's just one of those things that you have to build into. So that's why it's a good benchmark. Envy's not bad at all. Envy is one of those things that people like to say is bad, and it's a self-report on them not having done any build crafting. That was a weird hitbox moment. Okay, we're good. I guess for in-chamber Dragon Lord, I need to respect his ward bar and actually match elements. Dragon Lord in his chambers. With the candlestick. Hey, Felicia. Oops. Unintelligent on my part. We carouse her for the rest. Hey, soccer chick. How you doing? Yeah, there's the damage. Hit me. You. Should have aimed higher. Trying to save my action skill for Bernadette for style points. It is it's costing me some HP. Honestly, probably switch to Carouser now. Yeah. There we go. Where did my... I just cast a spell. Where did it go? Okay. It's fine. Just do this. Old reliable. Yep. Yeah, I want to mess with this more for high chaos. There's things that you can get away with in playthrough or in non-chamber chaos 100 that you can't as much in chamber. Like this dark magic theurge, probably want to commit to like an element other than dark for double knot purposes. And then double knot inconsistency because Curse of Malice isn't like Frozen Orb where you're directly sticking it on a crit spot most of the time. That probably means Radius has more value because it makes the spell more able to hit crit spots. Maybe, depending on projectile behavior. Can't see what's happening because I'm on mobile. Are we skeeping? Yeah, we skeeping. We skeeping real good. Skirt. Oops. Yeah, can't just brute force King Archer with Carouser. Today I learned. Gotta respect the element match. That's the biggest lesson I'm learning here. A lot of inventory juggling to run this at C100. That's fun. 3 in AA, nice. Wish my Polymorph had gone on to Lachance there, that would have been sick. I like that it's a viable strat and, like, an outright good finishing move. Like, practicality-wise. To just make sure I get hit. Because by the time the explosions are done, I'm up, and it's not going to kill me twice. Wait, idea. So remember how I used to do that big boy rocket thing with more points in Warcaster, and it was a lot like this, like just blow up enemies to keep getting ammo back and keep getting back up? What if we just did the big boy rocket on here to hit the skeep as well? Like, I could still get some level of Warcaster investment. Now I'm thinking about that. Too many build ideas. Not enough time. Lance got out of range there. The strat didn't work. Run it back. Using Petty Tantrum, these explosions are melee, right? Yes. The weapon sucks, but yes. Spell kill, extra projectile enchant, possibly. Yeah. Currently I'm running action skill start, spell projectile, and spell cooldown. So it's letting this be somewhat more spammable. But, yeah, I like that idea. Spell enchant, you get both. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I just lose 15 global, right? Yeah. I like it. Could also do, instead of Big Boy Rocket, just like multi-ball cannonballer, right? Got myself. Oh yeah, I don't have a good way of death saving here. I guess I just get good. I can't see because of the fire. That's so rude. One of you hit me, just one. Actually, that works too. What extra projectile do to the carouser? That's a good question. It's a very good question. Why'd you spawn over there? Yeah, Vorkanar might end up being one of those. I'm just gonna use a different spell bosses, because, like, This exists? Oh no, I'm down. Anyway. Break my ward, please. Oh, not that much. Yeah, I suppose that's the workaround on this build. Against, like, Orcanar, I just allow myself to use other spells. Run his unrespectable time. Yeah, it was a fun one. Just did some more Chaos Chamber afterwards, because I was curious about some stuff. There's another one of those builds that I actually want to use long term. Love to see it. Oh yeah, speaking of hammer weapons being bad, 3% crit chance, 1.2 swing speed, 110 crit damage, not even more damage than greatswords. Like, these are just... Yeah, don't use hammers. Hi, Sora. Sorry I missed your message initially. Okay, yeah, good stopping point. I got stuff to do. But thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate it. Went a little longer today, just because, extra science. I'll be off tomorrow. Monday, the plan as of right now is, hopefully I'll have something for Plague Storm ready, and that'll be the last of all the action skills, and then maybe I do more challenge runs of different flavors, stuff like Exeblade only, stuff like running a dot build, stuff like redoing Storm Dragon's Judgment setup, seeing how fast I can push the overall time with like any build. We'll see what happens. I don't have any plans in place yet. But let's see who's live, see where we can go. And if you'd like to watch back any of the challenge runs, they're all on the VOD's channel. Felicia's done a great job making thumbnails for all of them. And they look great as a set. How long has Cat been live? Cat's been live for 5.5 hours, but I'm gonna rate her anyway. I hope she's not trying to end soon. I hope. Yeah, give Cat lots of love. Another variety creator with a strong foundation in land stuff. Also, pretty good at Fortnite if you're into that. Another Chaos 100 build crafter. So huge flex right there. Currently doing BL3, and she's going for 2,000 hours on Steam on Borderlands 3. So likes the same things we like. Cool person. You'll enjoy the vibes. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Killed their friend just because they didn't want to be friends with her anymore. They took her out, told her they were smoking with her, and just like stabbed her.